Give me 1 second. I'm just grabbing something really quickly. We need a little. Yeah, we gotta have the tunes. Right? We gotta have the tunes in the background. Here we go. Alright, that'll hold us over for a bit. Alright, let's get everything going. There we go. That's the right button, I think. There we go. Hi! Sorry. little bit laggy. Hello everyone. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello Key Energy. Hello Sonic. Hello Standing. Hello Panda. I hope you're all having a very good start to the week. I hope you're all doing well. I hope your Choomsday is going good. I've got a bit of a sore throat, so I'm probably not gonna talk as much. I'm gonna like try and take it easy a little bit. Because obvious reasons. I meant to do a thing, homie. Yeah, thank you. It's nothing too bad. I think I don't know, slept wrong or something. I don't know. Nice. Growing the collection. That seems nice. I do have my tea with me, so I will be having that. Where am I going? Uh-oh. That was the wrong button. Wait. That was very much the wrong button. Hello, I'm back. Weird mistakes with OBS. It's fine. We're fine. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. So yes, I'm doing pretty well. It's been a busy day. We got a deadline dropped on us out of nowhere. So it's not a huge amount of stuff, but it is a due date that we were not expecting to deal with. Honestly, this is the kind of pressure that I feel like I do better with, where I'm just kind of like, okay, we need to get X done by Y date. Alright, shut up, I'm gonna go get it done. Right? Like, it doesn't involve me. I don't know, like, this is the kind of thing that I can jive with a lot better than management or whatever. I know where my skills lie. People keep trying to put me in charge of stuff, and I'm like, don't do that. Just give me stuff to work on. So, the plan for today was to work on the drawing that we had been working on, right? Unfortunately, there was some bad news today. There was some very sad news that has a lot of folks very sad. I'm pretty sure I've talked about her a few times on stream, but the beloved racehorse and namesake of our horses in Horizon, Haru Urara, passed away today. She was 29, so very old, even for non-racing horses. There's been a lot of outpouring that I've seen. A lot of artwork being said and videos being made and well wishes and all of that. And I thought we would do some of that ourselves tonight. I thought we would work on a quick-ish drawing, hopefully, fingers crossed, to add our part, right? To say thank you, to say goodbye. The cry together. It's so cute, but it's so accurate. Yes, we're gonna do a little bit of that tonight, I feel like. Yeah, that's kind of the plan. So I wasn't sure what we were gonna do on Thursday. Basically, my hope is that we can get this done tonight. We can do this tonight. Sort of knock it out quickly. and then we can pick up the regularly scheduled artwork on Thursday. So hopefully that is okay with all of you. Yes. So yeah, that's just been kinda there today. One of the things, I was sort of reading a couple brief articles discussing, what had happened and all that, the title that I kept seeing pop up, the one that seems to have really sort of caught on in Japan, was The Shining Star of Losers. How to famously, very famously, to the point of being meme status, never won a race in her entire career. Right. And obviously, hard to know exactly how the horse felt about all of that. But she ran over 100 races, which I feel like is a lot of races by any metric. And I think what makes so many people love her, what made her such a popular horse in real life and a character in the game and anime, is that despite all of that, despite the 100% loss rate, never quitting, right? Never saying, fuck it, I give up, right? Never looking at it as the not achieving the win is the same thing as failure. And I think a lot of people draw strength from that sentiment of, I didn't win this time. That doesn't mean that I should stop. Doesn't mean that I should give up. Doesn't mean that I shouldn't keep going and trying again. Because even if that big win never happens, I'm still gonna shoot for it. I'm still going to enjoy going for it. I'm still going to find fun and enjoyment and passion in the process, in the journey. I think, I don't know, I feel like I've talked about this before, but I feel like there is such an emphasis that is always placed on succeeding, right? On doing things right, on not making mistakes, on not losing, right? That we have this fear ingrained into us of failing, right? Getting a bad score on a test, or not getting a job application, or getting rejected, or just even not knowing something, right? And embarrassing yourself. It's just like, oh no, you can't do that. That would be so bad. It's like, you don't go anywhere, right? You don't grow if you only do things that you can just automatically succeed at. You need that friction. You need the tension. You need, the shell to be broken so that you can expand. Sometimes you gotta lose. The important thing is that when you do, you keep going. You get back up, you pick the next race, and you just keep running. So that's why we're gonna draw our Shining Star of Lizards tonight. So I think, especially since I want to try and knock this one out, we're gonna jump right on into it. Obviously, we'll keep yammering such as we can. I'm probably gonna try not to stress the talk box too much, but we'll give it a go. I did pull some reference together beforehand, so we should be good to go on that front. I also actually had a little bit of music that I wanted to jump into to start out with. I went over to a friend's house on Sunday. It was a sort of simultaneous pre-launch party and birthday party for my friend who's working on Borderlands, so they're gonna be a little bit busy for their actual birthday, and so they wanted to do just a little get together. Brought a couple friends over. Mostly just played board games and chatted about stuff. It was a nice way to spend Sunday. I buckled today and pre-ordered. Mage, we've talked about this. I mean, I'm not saying don't be excited for it, I'm just saying pre-orders are always... you know? I've also talked about my lack of self-control. You know what? Fair. God, this fucking sit emote with the juice box is so good. Just, yep. This is me. Really? I keep saying I should make more emotes. It's hard. It's hard finding good emotes or having good ideas for emotes. One reason it is it had missions and locations part of the pre-order that would be a separate purchase after launch. Oh, that's... I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that they did that. Like, is it one of those things where you're basically buying into post-launch content? as opposed to, like it's not day one content, right? I should have made these separate layers. I'm just gonna change the color so it's a bit easier to see. And honestly, I haven't gotten a lot of game time in over the last couple of days. I did play a little bit of X4. X4 is nice because there's a fair amount of idling in that game, especially if you go a more sort of management playstyle. So, you know, I've gotten to the point where a lot of the game is sort of not, it's definitely not running itself. But, you know, I've got my stations up and running, and so a lot of it is just sort of checking in on them, making sure that, you know, progress is good, they're making money, and then I can just go back to drawing. I've got a lot to draw right now, so the more sort of focused stuff, the stuff that takes more active gameplay, is having to wait a little bit. Got 12 more days until the official start of fall. I know. Might be a good time to say goodbye to summer clothes. I'll probably still wear the dress a little bit more. I am appreciating the weather starting to cool down though. That part is nice. But yes, I'm very excited for the start of fall. It's gonna be a comfy, good time. What's super weird though is the or what I don't enjoy. So we are gonna have that little bit of time off that I was talking about. We are gonna, I kept saying it like, oh, it's so far away. You know, that's not until late September, and now that's like 2 weeks, and I'm like, oh fuck. So yeah, next week's schedule is gonna be irregular. Shouldn't be too bad though. The only part of my wardrobe this season is get to take out the hoodie. Yeah, but the hoodies are back! I love my hoodies. I love when it gets really cold and I have my one of my normal hoodies on, and then I put the extra large hoodie on top of that one, and I have double hoodie power. Those are the best days. Yeah, I suppose it's true. People don't really need lawns cut in the fall and winter as much, huh? That makes sense. We're finally getting up to a point also where it's cold enough I can start wearing my arm warmers again. It's been way too hot for them, and so I've just... They've just been sitting, waiting for the opportunity. The one thing that I do kind of miss about work compared to school, like my work is not seasonal, right? The only seasons that we're paying attention to are the seasons in the game, like seasonal releases. So you know, every so often, it's like, oh, it's time to work on Dawning again. It's time to work on Festival of the Lost. It's time to work on Solstice. I remember it was like a year or two back where we lived at the old place. I went out to get lunch. This was at like 2 o'clock, 3:30 or so. Somewhere in the afternoon. And you know, I was going out to get lunch, and I think I was getting some groceries or something at the same time. And I had to stop because there was a school bus. You know, it was letting all the kids out. You gotta stop when there's a school bus doing that. I was thinking like, oh, that's weird. Why is there a school bus doing it? And then I realized it was like, oh yeah, it's the school year started again. It's school time. Shit. Yeah, I need to find another. Reference of her uniform without her arms up, because I'm. There we go. Kind of. Would it surprise you guys to find out that Haru has her arms up, like a lot, like most of her images? She has a fist pumped in the air. Okay, so this one doesn't have the collar quite as high. Not really. One thing I did manage to do last night, I finished the Duveri Paradox in Warframe. It was interesting. I feel like it continued a long-running problem that I have had with story content in Warframe of I wish you guys had just made more of it. It feels like either due to resource limitations or a fear of players getting bored, they never make the story quests in Warframe long enough to properly explore the entire story that they want to tell. Some of the older missions I think are better about that. But a lot of them I feel like I get to the end of the quest line and I'm just like, okay, but where's the part that explains what the fuck just happened? It's just like a lot of events occurred and half the time it feels like setup for something that they're gonna explain later. Except then they don't explain it. Like, there is a story, it feels like it plays out so sporadically. I wish it were more cohesive. And that they were willing to take the time to be like, yeah, no, the Deviri Paradox is gonna be like a 5-hour story. You're gonna be here for a while. Especially when they do these big trailers, like leading up to them and getting people, you know, excited and hyped and all that. And then this is the mission that we actually get, and I'm like, okay, but what was any of that? Why was that important? I don't know, I suppose there are some people. There are definitely some people that are like, I'm not here for the story, I don't care. I'm just doing this as fast as I can to get back to committing war crimes. Which is... it's a play style, I suppose. It's hard to make everyone happy. Sometimes it's hard to make anyone happy. Played a bit today in I have to wonder if that was intentional or not. I have to wonder if that was something that they like accidentally had happen during development and were like, well, this is amazing and we have to keep it in. We saw this bug in testing. You gotta check it out. It's a literal game changer. Yeah, it's a fun game. I like Warframe. It does get a little grindy at times. That part continues to be frustrating, but it's not bad. Okay, so the tail comes out above the jacket, like that. Let's do proper draw through. How's he left a gift? Apparently it was fabricating the last products for Revenant. Ooh. I forget, is Revenant the twirly boy? I feel like there are a couple of Warframes that I mix up. Okay, yes. The guy that proceeds to pirouette around and burn everyone into ash with his lasers. Twirling toward freedom. Just gonna put this in the reference. There we go. Alright, let's focus on the shoes for a minute. Oh, yes. That reminds me. Thank you. I've forgotten to pour out my tea. Well, what if I didn't want tea? What if I wanted coffee? Did you stop and think about that, Mr. Commandy Man? Oh. That's good tea, though. We have soda or monster. Well, I don't think either of those would be very helpful for a sore throat. My friend had a lot of zero sugar sodas at his house, which I don't know. I think I still don't like zero sugar sodas. They taste funny. I don't think I like how the sweetener flavor goes with soda. Drink warm water. Alright, let's not get crazy. Hello, T-Shaw. Happy Choomsday. I hope your week is off to a good start. We're on boil one. Man. Hopefully not for long. Like, just warm water, not like tea or coffee or anything in it. Just water that's warm. Fascinating. Just Tisha, wait right there. Wait right there while I call the police. Should be clear tomorrow. There was a water break. Okay. Okay, that doesn't sound... I mean, it's not good, but it's not a chronic problem, at least. So that's good. Okay, I more or less like where the shoe is at. And this is a weird, like, thing that I generally wouldn't advise, but I want to sort of correct the posture of the leg to match the shoe. What are you on about? You see, chat? You see what happens? You drink warm water, you become a chronic pun teller. Not even once. Okay, I like it. I like where it's going. We're gonna do some corrections to the fence, just because I don't like how the fence is working. If needed, add honey. Alright, well that changes the entire equation, right? That's a whole nother deal. I actually have a something I picked up at the Japanese market. It's like these sachets of like crystallized honey with ginger in it. So you just like put it in the water. It works in hot or cold water. You just put it in and mix the water in. It's very good. Eat the honey and have more fun. You just eat a comb of honey on the side. I've never actually done it, but I've heard that's very delicious. But I don't think I've ever had raw honeycomb anyway. You could probably cook honeycomb, right? I don't see why you couldn't. I bet that would be really good. It might burn. That would certainly be a limiting factor, but assuming it doesn't like burn too quick or anything, I bet it would be really good. Stroopwafel. I think you were telling me about stroopwafel another time. Like on a previous stream. Yeah, that sounds really good. I would eat that. I want that. Right, let me try one thing really quickly. I'm probably gonna end up breaking more than I saw, but I want to see if I can try to do this the cheap and easy way. Yeah, this is just gonna break it. Let me see if I can... Do not have the whole box. Definitely not speaking from experience. No, of course not. Why would you think that? No reason. Is there anything got a menu item but a limited time one? Yeah. Does it involve ears? Called Italian sausage egg bites. Interesting. Doesn't sound bad. I wish it didn't have an egg, but still sounds pretty good. Is it bite-sized eggs or sausage? You know, initially I assumed it was like a little egg sausage sandwich, but yeah, there is no mention of any kind of bread. It could just be sausage wrapped in egg. Which seems strange, but also very to the point. Oh, they're broken? Let me check that. I bet Mix It Up didn't work today. One time I don't think to check it. Oh no, there it goes. Oh. Yep, okay, it's broken. Let me restart that really quickly. We'll get those ears. There we go. Alright, and should be working now. That'll be nice anyway. Are we good? Yeah, there we go. Thank you for catching that. The one thing that really bothers me about watching Uma Musume is the number of times throughout all the seasons that I've just been going, just kiss already. the yearning. It's so powerful, and yet they never kiss. Why won't these adorable horse girls just kiss? Surely there's no justice in the world. Good show, though. I will say, I don't like a lot of the music, though. Like, the music in the show is fine, but a lot of the idol pop songs that they do are that very, like, sort of high-pitched hyper-pop, hyper-J-pop. I'm not a huge fan of that. I'm not a big fan of that particular sound. Some of the songs are okay, but some of them are a little too grating. I'm just like, eh. Let's get. Oh, excuse me. I don't think we're gonna go for full color on this one. I don't think we're gonna try for full illustration. I don't think so. I think for this one, we'll probably try and clean up the line work and just do like flat colors. I think if we tried to speed paint the illustration, it would just wouldn't come out super well. Plus, I could always stand to improve my line work a little bit, right? I did have an idea for something to draw next. Once we finish up our current project. I'm still waiting to get permission. Just because I don't want to make a drawing that someone might be uncomfortable with. I think it'll be okay, but you know, better safe than sorry. So if I can get the clearance for it, then we'll probably start that Saturday. I think that would be ideal, but we'll see. We'll see what we can figure out. Yeah, the hair needs to be longer. Cool. I'm thinking, the fence is like mechanically much better, but it's so fucking boring. What do I want to do here? Let me try. Let me take one more stab at the fence. There we go. That's better. I was trying to decide if I wanted it to bow upward or bow downward, but I feel like up has the right vibes. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna make the head... I don't think I want to actually make the head bigger. Maybe if we made the head bigger without making the hair bigger, that might be the thing. What's the name of the sketch here? So this is where we're doing a little memorial piece for Harurara. She passed away today. Yes, the actual horse passed away. I know the date is the 9th of September, but what with Japan and the international date boundary, I don't know exactly when it happened. Yeah. There's been a lot of nice outpouring from Uma fans and horse fans, and it's nice seeing people sort of take the time to say some kind words or do a little work or some such. She was a good horse. Try not to make the eyes too droopy. Check the other reference, make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, so they're almost a little square shaped. Like this should flatten out a little bit. There we go. That hits the mark a bit better. Doesn't actually have pupils, so I'm using it as sort of a placeholder, but it's not technically correct. Just shape the nose a little bit. What are we doing here? Well, okay, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep the car about where it is. I think I'll bring it out a little bit more on this side just to break the silhouette better. But the height seems to be in the right spot. Okay, that makes sense. Let's flip the drawing over really quickly just to make sure that everything's staying coherent. I think that's pretty good. Just want to move the sort of mask of the face forward a little bit. And then you just up a little bit like that. Slim the underside of the face down a little bit. I think we'll add a little bit of tooth in here. Just the slightest indication. Okay. Alright, and then we just gotta make, I suppose, yeah, I suppose if the wind is blowing everything else, her bangs should probably be a little bit off to the side at least, right? Maybe something like that. Of course, then we get into the dangerous territory of do characters with animal ears have human ears as well? Do they have 4 ears, or do they just have the animal ears? Do we know? I think the more important question is, do we want to know? Is mankind ready for such information? It's ear there. Cutting off your warm water supply. It's only ice water for you from now on. Just a little bit of movement in the bangs is enough. We don't need to have them billowing in the wind and then messing up the read of the face or anything. That should do it. That should be good enough. Okay, there we go. And then you, so you're kind of going like this, right? Okay, now we're getting rid of the shape of it. More down pat. I was watching, what's the name of the YouTuber? It's one of the animators on YouTube. I'm totally blanking on his name. Let me see if I can find the video. Where did you go? Where'd it go? Yeah, actually load the videos from today, please. There it is, Circleton's. I was watching some of Circleton's videos, and one of the things he was talking about. Hello, Jack. Good morning. How are you doing? Hope your week is off to a good start. Welcome in. One of the things Circleton was talking about, one of the videos he was talking about, was how the pursuit of particularly good graphics has... I don't know, the title of the video was Killed Video Games, but I think the better way to describe it has made game development very difficult. Horrible start? Oh no. I'm sorry. Well, I hope you can kick its butt and it turns around. At the very least, I hope you can take a nap. Okay, so this needs to go in right here. And then you're gonna go out like that, and you're gonna go in like that, you're gonna go like that. I'm gonna flip it back around so the bow will be on the right side. You get more teeth? No. I think just a little bit of teeth is good. I don't know, trying to get the exact shape right is... Oh. I suppose it's close. Yeah, the eyes are looking better. Just trying to get everything to sort of sit the right way. Yeah, hope you're doing okay, Jack. Hope the week gets better as it goes. But yeah, Circle Tunes, a lot of what he was sort of talking about was just how much a lot of it was just sort of focusing on, you know, the increasing cost of development and how much more effort it takes to produce, you know, a AAA game now compared to the requirements and team sizes and money involved before. One thing that he sort of brought up, which I think is a reasonable thing to point out, you know, obviously a big frustration that's been happening particularly this year is the increasing cost of games. You know, they're jumping up from $60 to $70 or even $80 in some cases, which understandably, especially given the everything right now, has a lot of people upset. Well, one of the things that sort of occurred to me, you know, he was pointing out how if you adjust for inflation, games have actually come down in price, which is good, right? If you look at like a PlayStation game or an N64 game, yeah, they were like $50 or $60, but that was in 90s money. Which is, yeah, if you, I don't remember the exact numbers, but if you translated it to modern day currency, it's like, yeah, that costs a hell of a lot more than it does now. We do, and as much as people are like, good graphics does not a good game make, you also then see those really shiny trailers and you're like, ooh, me likey. Shiny, shiny, good, yes, here money. Impressions are important, and if you can get something that gets people interested in your game, then that's gonna go a long way. So I think there's two things, right, that sort of factor into the cost being so frustrating. One is what I will call the Lego effect, right? That when you're young, you get a Lego set, you're like, oh, this Lego set's like $20, $30, $40. You don't think that much of it. But you get older, and you look at the price, and it's like $50 for a Lego set. What the fuck? And that is what I was gonna get to, Jack. That's number two. Late 90s, 50 would be about 100. Yeah, it's something like that. It's something like $60 would now be 100. And there, I looked this up at one point. There are multiple articles talking about how if you look at the actual cost of Legos, like, adjusted for inflation, they're not more expensive. They're not really getting more expensive. You just have other things you need to spend the money on. You can't just spend them on Lego sets anymore, and so they feel really expensive because you're having to justify spending that much money, whereas before it's like, yeah, fuck it, I can do that. That's what your money is for, buying toys. So that's one. And then two, as Jack brought up, is, you know, I think especially for, well, I think there are multiple reasons, but one of the ways that I think publishers were able to keep costs of the purchasing cost of a game down was by adding other sources of revenue, i.e. battle passes and microtransactions. And there were loot boxes, there still are. You know, just buy the Lego game and then you have all the Legos you could ever want. Or buy Minecraft. But yeah, so you got to a point where it's like, okay, so I'm paying $60 for this game, and then another $10 for the battle pass, and another $5 for the skin. Well, then you are clearly not an Overwatch player, Mage, because apparently they are happy that loot boxes are coming back. At least some of them are. But yeah, if you're, you know, a game could now very easily cost $90, $100, $120, $150, $1,000. You're only happy because the store. Yeah, that is pretty much it. It's just like all of the alternate systems were so much worse that going back to loot boxes is an improvement. Such is my understanding. It was like, oh, now you fucked up. That was the long-term plan. Like, we're just gonna provide so many shit options that when we go back to loot boxes, they'll think we're heroes. So yeah, to increase the box price of the game, like, listen, I would be happy to pay more for a video game if it meant more content were added without post-launch pricing, right? Like, Monster Hunter adds title updates, No Man's Sky has been doing their updates. I had a third example and I'm blanking on it. But, you know, if it's like, here's the game that's gonna cost more money, but then here is the additional stuff that you get for that box price, then fine. And of course, it's not that simple, right? Because nothing is ever that simple. You know, if you want post-launch content, that has to be developed. Someone has to get paid to make that stuff. You know, the box price is recouping the cost of the game, is recouping the cost of making the game, not making the stuff that comes after. So you get into this weird place of, I've talked about this, right? The live service trap of, well, if we make a game that we can continue to develop and put out content for, it'll just keep making us money. It's like, yeah, but you're continuing to spend money in the process of making that game. You have to continue to pay developers and pay upkeep and spend resources to make the content that you then make additional money on. And it, sure, is probably a safer bet in a lot of cases than starting a new game from scratch, but it's not free money, right? So yeah, I do think the answer is not going to be charging more for games. It's going to be being smarter and making leaner games. I wish I had the answers. I wish I could just be like, yeah, do this. Do this, it solves all the problems and everything is great forever. Maybe I'll just get to play great games. Things are rarely ever that simple. Okay, I like it. I do want to mess with this foot though. This foot is just the angle on it is weird. We're just gonna mess with it. I think it just needs to be more head on to the camera. Or I guess foot on the camera. You know what I mean. Unfortunately, a little bit too low. So bring it down slightly. It's a little bit. And we're gonna bring it up. And then we actually need to, I think, make it a bit bigger to account for the perspective. Something like that, perhaps? I didn't know you could sneeze so hard you give yourself a headache. Congratulations. Good. Sort of cheat slash adjust the scale of the foot a little bit. Alright, that's a bit better. Maybe. Kind of. I think the shape of the foot is still kind of fucky. Okay, yeah, never mind. This is bad. It's bad. Try it one more time. Well, I say one more. As if I'm just gonna, like, give up. I think the main thing that I'm sort of running into is the perspective of the platform at this angle is very weird. This almost sounds like Kurt's cassette music. I don't like it. Why is it always the fucking feet, man? Hang on, we can figure this out. Very, very make or break. It's true. And get some of the anatomy of the foot a bit closer. Okay, so then that goes. Then. That's a bit better. It's a bit better. When we sort of round this out like so. Okay, and then we're gonna flatten this a little bit. And you can go like that. Yeah, and then we sort of widen this out a little bit like so, so it makes that nice sort of... It's a little bit of a toe, a little bit of a wide toe shape. Something like that. I think the only problem now is that it's a little bit too... Yeah, it's too long. It's too long, but not by a lot. So we can take this. I'm just gonna sort of grab this bit and bring it down like yay far. There we go. Alright, I think that's about right. So then we have sort of the bottom of the platform that goes like this. Sort of wraps around to the back of the shoe. There we go. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. Now we're cooking with gas. Or perhaps we're cooking with grass. I wonder if you barbecued something with grass instead of charcoal, how it would taste. How much that would affect the flavor. Okay, I like it. I like it. I'm gonna try one thing though. I feel like what we have right now, like the shape makes sense, but the size does not back it up. I feel like the foreshortening, the perspective should make the leg bigger as it comes into the foreground, right? Let's finish up detailing the shoe a little bit, and then we'll flip the drawing back over and sort of make sure that everything is looking good, making sense, feeling good. Never make things easy for myself, do I? I don't know. I feel like even if I did do something really simplistic and just do like a portrait, I would still want to do something to spice it up. Otherwise, either I just get bored, or the I end up like obsessing about the rendering details and whatnot, because that's kind of all the drawing has going on. I'm just like, alright, well, we're just gonna render the fuck out of this. Everything else is just kind of there. Alright, I feel like that's making more sense. It's working better. Even if it's not 100%, it still feels pretty good. I can work with that. And then all of this hubbub, all this commotion, I haven't really paid much attention to this one. Admittedly, I think because it's doing better. It's less chaotic of a posture. Perspective on it isn't quite as crazy. This one's just easier to execute. Oh, I did remember to make the fucking swear jar. So we got that now. So we have the swear jar and we have the self-deprecation counter, which admittedly has not been going up very much. And I know that is not for a lack of self-deprecation. It's actually a cool detail in the model here that they have. She has like an inset in the front of the shoe, sort of underneath the bend point. Right, so like right about there. Or no, hang on, let me correct this. So you've got the angle down is about where the shoe hits that bend point. And then right there, there's an inset in the shoe that is designed for them to hammer their horseshoes in. So they basically have a horseshoe sort of running underneath the entire front of the foot and providing support during the races. That's a cool detail that like the shoes are built to support or have that extra support structure. It's not hammered into the bottom, it's actually sort of built into the shoe. I like that. I appreciate that. This is a great little bit of attention to detail, little world building. Toe is still a little bit long. I think rather than make this shoe any shorter, I'm going to sort of adjust the size of this part. Sure. Trying to outpun T-Shell is a difficult, one might say a futile endeavor. Okay, so then, yeah, right back here, basically. Wait for a day, I can actually use my favorite word, defenestration. Defenestration! It's a good word. Not gonna get you very far in Wordle. Scrabble, on the other hand. Pretty sure this is actually looping. Oh, well, it's also done. You know what this made me think of? Shut up with your fucking reaction content, I don't care. Wish we can get auto defenestration. Now I'm more curious what kind of scenario would result in auto defenestration. I do need to flip the image back. I'm just cleaning up a couple of some odds and ends here. Alright, let's flip it. That looks pretty good. I think we can work with that. Maybe I have a window, a burning building. Yeah, I suppose so. Suppose that would make sense. To launch oneself rather than get launched. Mods, dismantle Tisha's water heater. In just a little bit so you get a bit more silhouette break. Double check my reference. I feel like I'm making the chest a bit too big. Yeah, it's a little big. Like, the jacket does extend the shape somewhat, but it's still too much. Watch my hunching. There shall be no shrimp in here. Would a horse eat shrimp? You gave a horse shrimp. Yeah, they'd probably eat it. I don't know if they would know what to do with it, but they'd probably eat it. I feel a bit hoarse if too much is eaten. Happens to the best of us. It's a bit of fun from last night, so I'm gonna hit bed. Alrighty, mage. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you leave that funk behind. Leave the funk, pick up the funky. Well, we have a very good midweek. Everyone say goodnight. Good. There we go. Add some more folds and rolls to the cloth a little bit. Always makes me happy seeing you guys interacting with each other and playing off of each other. It's like, oh my god, we got a community! It's a real community! This is tangenting, and I don't like that. I don't appreciate it. So we're gonna fix it. I haven't played Risk of Rain 2 in a while. I should pick it up. It's a good game. I rarely ever try and beat it. I mostly just try and survive. Just go as many ways as I can. I want to try doing it with other characters though, because I feel like I've gotten to the point where I can just kind of do it without trying too hard on Captain. So now it's like, alright, well, can I make it work on Huntress? Huntress! I don't know. I really like her. I think she's a fun character. Every time I try, I just end up dying. Like the last time was a really good run. It was going really well, and then something just like instantly burst me to 0. In my community, they're a lot like it, but this one is mine. Let's indeed aim for that. 2026, Matrix grows. I didn't realize they were making new DLC for Risk of Rain. Last I had heard, the main thing that they had been working on was sort of getting Seekers of the Storm up to snuff, which they had done. Like, I'm glad the game is back to being like fully playable and good, and not like, we gotta do this, that, and the other to sort of roll the game back to being in a playable build. You can just play the game. Go. I think we're doing okay on time, especially since I'm not playing like fully illustrated. I think the cleanup for the sketch, or yeah, the fact that we're in cleanup, the drawing itself is largely done. Sort of figuring out the proportions and everything, and now we're just refining. Like, okay, I think we're on track for this one. Honestly, the hair's looking pretty good. I think we finally got the proportions and the feet and everything pretty nailed down. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, sort of carrying over that thought from before, we got the horseshoe. I'm just gonna sort of loop in through here. And sort of situated in the bottom of the shoe. Curve it lightly this way. Some focus in the new DLC will be in drones. New drones joining the pool and a character that can interact with drones in an interesting way. Well, that's fun. I always love my drone army. I love collecting drones, getting as many of them up as I can. Especially with Captain, because Captain has the anti-projectile effect. You know, he's got a little drone that flies beside him and will shoot down enemy projectiles. So it's a great little sort of passive damage mitigation. Every drone Captain picks up also gets a little shoulder drone that shoots down projectiles. So the more drones you collect, the better your damage mitigation becomes. It's really great. It's a lot of fun. There's some other hero that has a similar sort of stacking bonus for drones. I can't remember. Because Engineer is mostly focused on his turrets. He doesn't really concern himself that much with drones or get benefits from the drones. Okay, similar sort of deal going on, but the line from the calf is like merging up with the sole of the shoe here, or the heel. So we're gonna shimmy this around a little bit to sort of correct for that. Not to mention get the perspective of the shoe a little bit more aligned. There we go. But yeah, that sounds like a content update I can have a lot of fun with, because I always love drones. I love my drone army going brrrr. I will say though, it would be really nice if they did something about mass drone death and drone recovery, because there are some enemies, like the void creatures and the grandparents, that will just have an AoE damage attack. You can't control the drones. You can't get them to fly out of the field of effect. So they just kind of sit there and die in mass. And then you have to spend a fuck ton of money getting them all back up. And if your equipment drones go down, you can't deal with that because you don't have the replacement equipment. It's just annoying. I don't care for that aspect of it. Not a deal breaker or anything, I just don't like it. I think that's one of the things that makes Captain really nice, because he can call down long distance artillery barrages. So, like, if I get to the map and I see there's a grandparent, I will just bombard them from long range so that my drones are never even close to being in their area of effect. The downsides don't drone on for too would be nice. Let's knock down the opacity of the fence just so it's not getting in the way. What do the drones look like? Mostly just little boxes with propellers on them, and then they've got various effects. So like some have little guns on them, some have little rocket launchers. The medical drones have little like healing guns. The flame drone is more of like a big cylinder with a flamethrower on the bottom. Then the equipment drones are sort of like a disc sort of deal, like a frisbee, a pair of frisbees stacked on top of each other, and there's room for what would normally be your equipment slot, your equipment item, just sort of sitting there. And then the equipment drone is able to use the item as its ability, its function. There we go. Maybe just kind of knock this shape down a little bit. I don't know, Risk of Rain is one of those things where like you're typically moving so quickly, you're going so fast, you don't stop to get a particularly good look at anything. You know, sometimes you'll sort of pick up what something looks like, pick up the description through sheer repetition of like you see it enough times and you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But I feel like a lot of times, I feel like there's a lot of stuff in the game that if you're like, what does that look like? I'll go, it's like a thing, and it's got a face on it. I think it has a face. I'm pretty sure I've shot it in its dumb face, so yeah, I'm gonna say it has a face. I wish Helldivers would keep track of... So it keeps track of how many enemies you've killed in total per faction, but doesn't keep track of how many of a particular type of enemy you've killed. Like how many tanks, how many hulks, how many gunships, stalkers, etc. That would be fun to know. Just be like, oh, I have blown up this many tanks. Lack of balls. There would be no particular benefit to my second wish other than my own sadistic satisfaction. It would be nice to know I've shot a lot of automatons in the Johnson. And I would like to know that statistic. I don't know why, I just... Like, I aim a little below center mass, and then I shoot them in the Johnson. And they explode. Which is an understandable feeling, really, but... I just expect, like, an achievement or something to come up that just says, you sick freak. This looks pretty good. Got the line work here pretty cleaned up. And some thin outlines for the red contour that sort of runs up the back of the jacket. The more we clean this up now, right? Because we're not going to do our usual paint over process where we sort of make a lot of adjustments to stuff. I'm trying to make sure our line work is nice and clean and consistent here, but we don't run into a bunch of weird correction stuff that we have to do later. I haven't checked in a couple of days. Dota was doing their international. I think they finished, so I think the way they have it set up now, they have the... To go night diving again, Helldivers. Night diving. What do you need for night diving? I'm guessing the shield, the sword... The flag? Man, could you imagine being in like a 17th century army or an 18th century army and your job is to carry the flag? You're the standard bearer. There's fucking guns going off and people screaming and cannons exploding, and your job is to just walk forward with a flag and pray. Carrying a flag is a distinct honor. Okay, you do it. But I suppose with the accuracy of those guns, having one wasn't exactly about to improve your survival chances. The lance, the shield, and the crossbow. Oh, okay, I see. I can see that. And then, yeah, both the lance and the crossbow are one-handed, so you can always have the shield up, right? That's cool. I might try that. I don't have the lance, right? Do I have the riot shield? Check. I don't think I do. I'd have to check. Maybe I did get the lance at some point. I don't remember. I know I have the crossbow. I really like the crossbow, particularly against automatons. Really good for taking out the Devastators. Can blow up their Fabricators. Just all around really good against them. Morale's flagging. What should we do? Someone steps up the banner. Professionals have standards. I hate how accurate that is. I hate how technically correct that is. Super strong against automatons except for the tanks and walkers. Yeah, that's fair. You're not really going to be able to tilt against a 50-foot tall horse. I don't know. I feel like maybe you could have the orbital laser stratagem as long as you just kept shouting Deus Volt the entire time that's going. I feel like that's thematically accurate. Or the railgun strike. I really like this music, I just don't feel like it's very appropriate for the drawing subject. You get in the melee range of a tank, you can kill it, but getting there is the hard part. I like those odds. My mama didn't raise no quitter. this in for simplicity's sake. Yeah, I haven't been playing much Helldivers lately, not for a lack of want to, I've just been playing other stuff. Not exactly a bad problem to have of, oh, I have so many games I want to play, I can't decide, I can't get to them all, oh no. Alrighty, Jack. I appreciate you coming by. I hope the rest of the week is better for you. I hope you can also escape the funk and have a good rest of it. I'm gonna say goodnight. Alright. Almost there, cleaning up these shoes. Honestly, it took a little bit of wrangling, but I think they came out pretty good. I've been fairly happy with some of the recent stuff I've been working on. There's always room for improvement, but I feel like some of the recent work has been cruising along pretty well. Yeah, good. Alright. And then you will sit like that, or like that. Just kind of disappear a little bit behind the belt. Right. And then we're just gonna sort of add this shape to it. Round it out a little like that. That looks pretty good. Alright. Hair. I'm still not 100% sold on the face yet. Something about it just feels wrong. It feels off. Let's try this. What if we made the eyes bigger? Let's make them a bit bigger. And then I think the other thing we're sort of missing is the underside of it. So they're a little bit kind of squared at the top and a little bit triangular at the bottom. I think a little bit of where this sort of droopiness is coming from is that this corner is like too low and too wide out. You go like this. I think that's closer. up a little bit higher. Okay, and then just I want to position the side a little bit differently again. I think that's about right. Okay, headband's gonna be a little bit thinner. Good. Alright, so then you need to shoot up over like that, and then you're gonna loop down like that. Good. Cute. Okay, so then what is the hair doing here? Okay, I see. So this comes up like that. Oh, excuse me. Oh! I can't do the gnome sound. Okay. So we're gonna pull this around like so. Okay, and then from this angle, we need to adjust the size of the headband a little bit, and the hair, the bangs are actually going to come out away from the head. Alright, I think that'll help the shape a bit. But we've got this weird tangent happening with the eyelash that we need to get rid of. Clean up on the side of the head here. I think we're getting really close now. So we're just gonna clean up the line work a little bit farther. Put in some colors. Make a nice background. And I think that'll be about it. I know I need to add the zippers in, like the teeth of the zipper. And I will. Maybe. Maybe. I'll figure something out for it. Oh wait, we do need those. Those are almost like suspender contour lines right here. No more puns. Alright. You can have your warm water back now. Thank you for hanging out, T-Shield. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good midweek, and I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. One thing I'm a little bit concerned about, I was watching a video from Doki talking about, you know, sort of voice care and the damage that can come to vocal cords. Like overly straining them, not taking proper care of them. You know, listening to her talk about it, I'm just like, uh-oh. I think for most people, I don't think about it that much, just because it's like, no, talking's just sort of a daily thing, right? But, you know, for voice actors, singers, people where their voice is essential to them. You know, that's something that they have to really take into consideration and be like, am I taking proper care of this? Am I overworking it? Am I not giving it time to rest or maintaining it properly? You know, in the same way that an athlete has to take care of the respective parts of their body. But I think in sort of typical fashion with a lot of this, you know, so many streamers and YouTubers and people that sort of get into their professions via those things come at it from, you know, a very sort of casual place where those sort of professional considerations and professional concerns aren't really laid out anywhere. Like, if you went to a music school and you learned to sing there, I would very much hope, at least at some point, one of the teachers would explain, like, hey, if you want to keep doing this going into the future, here are the things that you need to think about, the things that you need to be aware of, and that you need to take care of so that you don't cut your career short. I would hope. Admittedly, I don't know that really anyone at art school was like, hey, here's how you take care of your arm and wrist so that you don't overly strain it and develop tendonitis and carpal tunnel. So, maybe not. But, you know, if you're just sort of like, well, I'm just gonna start doing song covers on YouTube, or I'm just gonna start doing, you know, voice acting skits on TikTok or whatever. You're probably not thinking about it that hard, and then, you know, it starts to take off, and then you start to develop voice problems, and you're like, uh-oh. What do I do? I remember, this was a few years back, Maluka, you know, had been going strong for a couple years and had to, I think she had to take a break because she was like, yeah, the way that I have been singing is like not been taking good care of my voice. And so, you know, I have to, not only I have to let it rest, but I need to sort of retrain myself so that I can continue to sing and do it in a way that isn't going to be self-destructive.
And whoever goes too deep into this has his share of that curse. It's a land that God has created in anger.
I have to think about that a little bit.
Up here in the sky look like a mess. Taking a close look at
Just make sure that I'm not doing
sort of a harmony.
dumb things.
The harmony of overwhelming and collective murder. But when I say this all full of admiration. It is not that I hate it, I love it. I love it very much. But I love it against my better judgment.
Let's clean up the face a little bit more. Got the fold of the eyelid. We've got the hair moving back like that. Almost got it all cleaned up. I think we still need to go up the head, but almost there. I don't often do drawings with cleaned up line work, so it's a nice little change of pace. Okay. You go like that, and you go like this, and you go like that. And you go like this, right here. I went for a little makeup bike ride yesterday because I didn't get any exercise in on Sunday. It's like, oh, I don't want to miss 2 days in a row. That would be bad. That's no good. So I did a little makeup ride yesterday. The ride went pretty well. The sun is definitely getting lower though. We are almost to the equinox. So we're losing that nice evening light. I expect the rains will probably come back after not too much longer, which means it'll be back to jogging and Beat Saber for the most part. Probably more Beat Saber than jogging. Probably a little bit in there for good measure. I want to try and get that long ride in before the end of the season if I can. Only have a couple more weeks. There we go. Yeah, I think just the other ear still lasts a little bit. I guess there's a little bit in here we can still stand to polish up. Let's see. What are you doing? Good. Alright, good. I think just get this ear. We should be good to go. I say as I go to the opposite side from the ear. Where'd you go? Okay. You know what? That's fine. It doesn't make 100% sense, but I like the shape of it. And really, that's the important part. So we'll leave it as is. Just down a little bit. And save. Okay, two last things. One, clean that corner up a little bit, and then we're just gonna add inference to the forearm. So you can see a little bit of it. And then two, the heel looks pretty good. I'm just gonna clean it up a little bit. Okay. I think we're in. I think we're good. I think we got it. Just adding the contour on this side of the jacket. Go ahead and fill in all the flats for her, and then we'll clean up the background. Look at that perfect closure. Oh, it's beautiful. Actually, gonna drop that back to 2. Right. The rest looks clean. There's one little gap right in there that I'll go in and adjust, but we'll get there. Actually, here. I'm just gonna bring this in because it's easier to. There you go. Alright, and then I missed that. And then just get rid of this one. I might need to clown color this. I think I will. Just because otherwise I'm gonna have just such a hard time seeing what I'm dealing with. Right, that looks good. And then make this layer be the bloomers in the trim color. Oh shit! I forgot our gloves. I'm gonna leave them off for now. And we'll call it artistic license. If there is time, you'll go back and add the gloves. I'm gonna switch back to the low flat. The Risk of Rain soundtrack is really good. It's a little too combative for what we're working on tonight. Wasn't quite feeling it. So my plan right now is just to do flats. If there is time, we'll add some cell shading. But that's going to be kind of a stretch goal. Okay. What am I missing? So she's got the suspender contours. We'll add that. Like so. There we go. Alright, where am I missing tails? Okay, the things along here that I sort of filled the line work in, so we should go in and clean those out. Also red. Clean fills, what are those? There you go. And then there's a red line. It sort of runs down the side of the jacket like that. I believe, if I saw correctly. Oh. Okay, no, I misunderstood. Alright, so yeah, the red contour is where it comes down the arm. Make it a little bit thicker. But that's why I'm missing, that's what I saw here and included. So we'll make that line a bit thinner, just because we don't want it to be too thick. And then the contour along the side of the jacket, we need to add some line work in to straddle that. Like so. Does that go around the bottom? It sure does. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of revision to the patterning there, but nothing too crazy. Alright. Shoes are the same colors. All of this. Same thing over here. And then belts. There. That's the last of them. I think that's all the reds. Yes. Yes. Oh. Go ahead and do the, go ahead and do the headband. And her ear covers. And then the ribbon also has red stripes on it. So you can do all of those. Okay, don't fill in the entire ribbon, you dingus. Okay, that looks good. I think that's all of it. Alright. So. Alright. Before I do any more colors, let's go in and start grabbing some of these revisions before I forget them. So, we'll start here. Clean out this stripe so that it is actually, you can actually see the filler color underneath, right? To add contour outlines under the arm here. And then adjust this one over, like so. Then we're gonna add some thin ones right through here. Meet that halfway. Okay, what did... There's something that I was just looking at that was like, oh, I need to do that. Then I forgot what it was. Oh, it was her band-aids. Yeah, so she's got a trio of band-aids on her legs. One right there, one that's going to sort of wrap around the thigh, like so. And then one more, and should come down the thigh like this. Before disappearing over the side again. And a little bit of a cutout just to give it a sense of volume. do the same thing for this one over here. There we go. Alright, and then... yeah, we can probably see her hairband. Good. Okay, did I feel like I forgot something else? I know I have not included the zippers. I'm not sure I'm going to. I'm not sure we're gonna get to that one. I think there's enough else that I want to try and fit into the next hour or so that's like, it's not a big deal. Okay, so I'm just gonna include the jacket in the same layer as the shirt. Oh shit. Careful. Oh, I did miss a red spot. All of her shirt is red. Okay, there we go. That looks good. That was the other thing I missed. She's got stripy socks. I knew there was some detail that might put it over the edge, and I was like, oh, I should go fix this. There you go, stripy socks. So just put those in their own layer. I'm gonna clown color for now. Make him stand out a bit better against skin tone. Fill it in. Let's get that pink color. Okay, so it's white, pink. So it's It's got white on top and then 3 stripes of pink. 1. A 2. A 3. And then もう一度。2、3。Okay, that looks pretty good. Next we got the hair. I do need to go back in, add the fill for the ribbon. Get that in a second. I also missed a couple other white sections, so we need to fill in the bow. We need to fill in her shoes. Oh, fairly quick fixes once we do this part. Let's put this underneath the red layer, since we are so meticulous there. We can make use of that. Good. Oh, I got a little bit of overfill right there to clean up. Good. Last but not least, the tail. Cool. That looks good. I like that. We're gonna go back in here. Just gonna fill these other sections really quickly. So we got the shoe. Goes like that. We got the ribbon. To go back in here. Add fill in like so. Good. Alright. just grab the band-aids really quick. I think it was actually the same color as the stripes on the socks. I love when people do that. I love when people like can figure out ways to use the same color in multiple locations to connect the design of the character, connect the color language across the whole design. Makes it feel very cohesive, very, very well thought out. Okay. So this is where things get a little bit crazy. That's what we are going to need to do. We're going to mask that off, and then come in with a nice gradient. Sort of hit it like that. Come back a little bit. Maybe hit it with... Yeah, let's hit it with an airbrush, so you can sort of round it out a little bit. That looks about right. And then, do I have the right brush for this? No. Okay. Let's do this. We're gonna do it this way. I think we're gonna grab the same color as our hair. We're gonna saturate it. Because see, I do have a cherry blossom brush, but it's not the right shape. It's a different dealio. So let's bring this bring this up so we can have our reference right next to where we're working. Yeah, so that's gonna come in like that, and then come up like this, and then over here. This nice little sort of V-cut in like that. Go like here, go like that. From the bottom up. Put that down to a nice clean shape, like so. That looking nice and even. Good. And then we're gonna transform and rotate. one more. Okay, and then how big? Okay, so they fill up most of the iris. So like that, like you, and then maybe something like yay amount. Because you can't see the top of the iris, so that seems about correct. Maybe a little bit taller. Over to this one. Slightly different shape, slightly different needs. And then we're just gonna pull the middle of it over a little bit to round it out. Give it a little bit of shape. Mask it off, pull it down here, and then set it to... It's actually really close. What does color dodge look like? Pretty much the same thing. Alright, so I think just reduce the... okay, not color dodge, maybe vivid light? Linear light. I think vivid's close. Just need to mess with the color a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's almost exactly right. Our good old eye gleam. Carefully come around like that. Alright, cool. I do believe that's all the colors that we need. So, I would like to add some shading if there's time, but we have a background that we have left largely unaccounted for. We got a nice little sketch in here. We got a fence that I'm feeling pretty good about, but we gotta build it out. We gotta make it an actual freaking floppin', flippin', bloopin' fence. And put some other stuff in here. So let's clean up some of these ideas and get it working. Not like that. There's some wild perspective distortion, but I kind of dig it. It's fun. I feel like it sort of plays to the easygoing nature that I want from this one, you know? Where are you going? She's running away, she's too fast. Go pour myself some tea real quick. Hold, please. Nice. Oh, I forgot a detail. I forgot a color. We gotta get medals on her horseshoe and her buckles to make it a little bit darker. Yeah, I think we're just gonna leave the zippers out. Might try and go back and get the gloves. I feel like the gloves would be potentially a real pain in the butt just because they run the risk sort of messing up the hands. And that would really suck. Well, hands. The one hand. It's not exactly my best hand ever, but you know. I don't want to launch into a rabbit hole of corrections. Okay, good. Okay. So now we can come back to the fence. Like that, like that, like that. Make the selection. There'll come a day when you say, this is my best hand ever. I hope not. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be bad to say, to look at a hand that I've drawn and say, this is the best hand that I've ever drawn. That wouldn't be a bad thing. More if I drew a hand and sort of had a sense of like, this is almost in like a defeatist way, like this is the best it's gonna be, right? That I would not want. Because really, where's the fun in that, right? Exactly, the best hand so far. I never want to get to a point of like, oh, yep, I've peaked.
Good job!
Thank you. I feel like it's coming along pretty well. Exactly. She would keep going. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many tries. You never stop. I realize I fucked up though. I didn't fuck up, but the tail should be behind the face. Now, we're not done yet. There. No fanfare until we're done. Okay. What do we need here? What am I doing? Okay, let me look something up really quickly. What are we looking for? It's a little bit of visual reference here. Like a lens flare effect. Actually, let's put this on top so that we get the right blending and layer ordering that we want to see. Okay, so then we're gonna have a little bit of streaking from the lens flare, right? I don't think I have a... It's fine, we don't need a specifically hexagonal shape. That's more just an incident of the aperture. There we go. Let's nudge it up a little bit. Actually, I think we will keep the layer behind the character, just to make the masking a bit easier. Yeah, I'm really... I was trying it out. I like it. So we'll just put a little something. I guess it would make more sense if it were in front of the character though, wouldn't it? This is sort of a refraction on the lens, not something that goes behind her. So, with that said, we're gonna add a couple more details. I think we'll be in a good spot. Use a little bit too much. No. That'll do. I think we'll just remove a few of them to avoid getting too noisier all over the place, right? Shape a few of them out to be a bit clearer and more distinct. Yeah. Okay, good. Alright, so I'm gonna do two more things, I think. One, we do have some time to go in and do some shading, so I want to do a little bit of that. Add some clouds just so it's not quite so empty of a space. Good. And then, where did my reference come back? Say my land is best. Let's grab. We're gonna try just doing some quick shading. A little bit of cell shading to add some depth and such. So a little bit more rendering, because we got the time for it. Honestly, I thought we would have to set like an overlay and multiply blend of the shading. But this is, I feel like it's getting us that sort of soft tone that we want, even without having to do that, so might save us a little bit of mixing effort. Get into some of the finer shading details like under the bangs in a minute and go for the big forms first. Say a lot of the shapes are, or a lot of the colors are light enough that if we set it to overlay, I think we would just lose the shading entirely. Lose a lot of it. Overlay does not like the value extremes. The math just does not play well. Though it might help in some instances, like with the skin tones. I might need to go in and trim the butt a little bit. I feel like I kind of left that open and it looks a little bit weird. I feel like there needs to be a defining line back there somewhere. I think same thing on the inside of the thigh here. Got a few spots that are just sort of left open and ambiguous, and it's not quite working out for me. There we go. Okay, good. Now we can come in and do these finer details under the hair and such. Alright, that's looking good. We're just gonna add a few more, sort of round out some of the shapes. Get it looking pretty. Good. Anything else in here I want to polish up? Good. Alright. Shit, I feel like there was a detail that I wanted to try and go add if there was time. Oh, what am I forgetting? What am I forgetting? I'm just gonna simplify the nose a little bit. Oh, I know I'm forgetting something. What was it? Chat, do you remember? Let's see. We got the shading in. right. It was the lines on the edges of the legs and the butt. They look, the shape looked weird without them. That was it. Alright. I'm gonna add these back just because it kind of becomes more apparent. To me at least, when we have the fill colors, it's like, oh yeah, that goes way too far. I don't think it needs to be a lot of shape. Just like right here, right? That little bit sort of gives you the mental follow through of like, oh, it goes that way. Whereas when there's nothing, you're just kind of like, so what's it going out like that? Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go back up to the line where and then sort of a similar deal. I think this thigh just needs a little bit of definition, like right there. Just enough to sort of connect between the glute and the back of the knee. Let me just come down to the fill. Those spots out. Yeah, I think that helps it. This through. See, I don't think we want to lighten the, or we don't want to add our normal darken vignette, right? That would be very sort of antithetical to the overall airiness of the drawing. Oh, okay. Overlay does give it a nice sort of lighter tone. Yep, I think we'll do that. Maybe knock it down a little bit. Okay. Last detail, and then we'll call it a day. Just gotta come in and give her a little bit of a highlight across the hair. Really only Tuesday? Perfect. You're right. You're right. Besides, we need all the days we can get. We got a lot to get done before Friday. So I'm not gonna complain about a little extra time to see it there. Okay, there we go. Last couple of touches, but I think it's good. I think we can call it. Am I gonna be stupid and contradict what I just said? Yes, I am. I just want to try one thing really quickly. Alright, well, it's not gonna do the clipping mouse, so that might be a bit... Nah, we've got enough. We've got enough going on that I think it sits fine where it is. Let's call it there. Let's call it good. I say that and then I immediately go back in and hit something else. I have no self-control. Alright, alright. So now we just need one last little detail to see it through. I think that went well. Just under 3 hours. What a good horse. I'm glad you like it. And thank you guys for hanging out while we did this special piece. You know, a sad day, a sad loss, but you know, I think we can remember the the good energy, the happiness, the joy, the inspiration. I think what Haru would want is for us to keep smiling and keep racing forward. So yeah, on Thursday we shall resume our originally planned art. Right? We shall return to that, and maybe probably finish it up. And then I'll see if I can get the clearance of sorts to start on the next project. Yes. But for tonight, let's see who we can go find to raid. Who is hanging out tonight? Who's hanging out this Tuesday evening? Who's streaming? Let's see, it looks like Velk has started a Minecraft community. Showing that off. Aiko is yapping. Bellin is drawing. Eve is playing Snake Eater. Let's see, who do we feel like going to say hello to tonight? Let me go see what Eiko is doing. Yeah, it seems like she's just doing a bit of chatting, a bit of yapping with her group. We could do that. I kind of feel like either going to say hi to Belle or to say hi to Eiko. Any particular references one way or the other? Actually, I think we haven't. Let me check to see if we've rated either of them recently. Let's see, one. Yeah, they're all good. There's so many good. There are amazing streamers I don't even know about. I would love to discover, but okay, yeah. So we haven't rated Belle in a little bit, in quite a little bit, I should say. So maybe we'll go say hi to her. I'm always like interested in finding new people as well. It's hard. It's hard. I stopped to check in on this person and they have a little like mouse overlay that shows it they're drawing with their feet. I'm like, all right, well, good for you. Why don't we go say hi to Bellin tonight? It's been a while. We'll catch up with them. Looks like she's drawn some cute, I think that's Arknights? Which gacha game has the halos? I think it's Arknights, but she's doing some chibi characters. I'm gonna shut down the YouTube. Everyone say bye bye YouTube, and there's our sub and non-sub versions of the raid message for tonight.